Good morning. It is February 9th, 2021, and time for another stream. All right. Well, of course, the minute I start, cat starts meowing for no discernible reason. Where did we leave off? Let's get our citizen server started. And let's get citizenry started as well. Okay. We had some to-dos that we were leaving ourselves, and we had pushed through a large majority of the tasks that we had for communities. That's now in a working state and looking pretty decent. Okay, the cat appears to want to be let out. One second. I am always somewhat comforted to know that I am not the only person who streams who has to continuously let their cat in and out. Northern Lion has the exact same problem with Tomo, but what can he do? So we got communities working. We have a bug with notifications to fix. Hopefully that won't be too big of a problem. What else do we have on our to-do list here? Alright, take it easy. So all that's handled. We had the pagination issue with notifications. We need to test multiple nodes locally. We need to add a sign-up UI, set up test nodes, deploy citizenry.com. Might actually change it to be a completely static website, because so far there hasn't been any need to have a live backend on citizenry.com, and if we could do that, we could just use GitHub pages, which would make life quite easy. The kind of thing where you just push the master and boom, it's updated. So that would be quite nice if we could do that. What else we got? Got a document, so we're aiming for testnet Saturday. And we're looking to just do general bug testing and QA. We're also going to want to test, how things are performing. We want to make sure that the server load is within bounds, get some kind of sense of, how much activity leads to how much server load, so we get some kind of sense of how we're doing performance-wise. Once we set up the test modes, we have a maybe option here of implementing remote community joining, which we really need to have. It looks like the way I'm going to be handling that is requiring authenticated client connections so that I can identify the host that's, it's basically going to be server-to-server communication to do that, and I need to, I need to have a way to you know, I need my test node set up on actual domains with SSL. So I can actually debug that. So we'll see how we're doing on time. If we manage to get all the way to here, to here by the end of today, which is very, I think, likely, we could probably afford the time to do this. But it might actually be a good idea to move that all the way as the bottom stretch goal for us, because I don't want to delay anything we need to get done for Saturday on account of that. It would be good to have for Saturday for sure, because it's a pretty key piece of the flow. Then, you know, we also need, let's take a look at our issues real quick. So we have a couple of other tasks. Not a task. So do some performance improvements. HTTP data endpoints are mostly done. Finalizing the RPC API spec, gotta do that. Gotta make a little change there. This compliance test suite would be a good idea, but that's not necessarily a 1.0 roadmap item. Server update flow that doesn't involve downtime. Not necessarily a 1.0 item, but important. We do need to add an issue for, what was it? It was just on my mind. Oh yeah. User rehoming, which is something that we really need to get done for 1.0 as well, since it is so kind of critical to the value proposition of the citizen in general. Communities are actually not 100% done either. Let's go ahead and make some issues for that. Community roles. And actually, let's call it the founder role. Now we'll call it admin. It looks about right. Eventually, we will want the whole roles system to be extremely flexible, as with many things in the citizen community stack. So, you know, things like communities being able to define their own roles, and the ability to apply rules to roles, and so on and so forth, or permissions to roles. We'll get there another time. First, we just need to get the basics done so that you can do things like be in Citizen Friends and change the profile, which you can't do currently. Why don't we just real quick, since it's kind of a gimme task, add a default thumb that is specific to communities, because right now it's doing the user thumb, which kind of suggests a person, and I would like to have a default thumb that is specific to avatar that's specific to that. Now that's interesting. So we must be. Where do we write that? Maybe actually we don't do a default of that, do we? Let's take a look. Yeah, we don't do a default. So that probably hits the exception here. Why don't we hold on to the user DB outside of that situation and do if user DB and user DB.db type is equal to citizen.network/public community DB. Let's stop referring to it as a thumb. Let's call it an avatar. All right. Seems all right to me. Not mind-blowing, but not bad. And let's see if that worked. Broken. No, default community avatar.jpg. Did I do a PNG on this one? I did. Okay, so that's a little bit hard to look at. So let's do a little more work on it. Let's try it now. Still a little hard to look at. So on this layer right here, on this guy, why don't we try adding some sort of borders around his imagery. And we will change that to be that color there. Okay. That certainly helps. Let's try again. Hey, Ryan. So that helped. Let's actually try thickening those borders a little bit. Just working on the default avatar for communities. Not great, not bad. It's mostly clear what it's supposed to be. Mostly. Yeah, that seems all right. It's basically this icon. Not amazing, not great. Yeah, that's a little better. If I could just wave a wand and gain a specific skill, it would be visual artistry. At least with, like, you know, kind of design, visual design. That would be a very nice skill to have. And I ain't got it.
Citizen.
One second, I don't know where my message is, which window they'll show up in, so I need to cover my screen real quick. Okay, we're good. My brother and sister-in-law got a new cat. Yeah, design it like a developer. Sounds like folk song. Here she is, the new kitty cat. Tom Tom. Okay. Tom Tom. Get some music going here. You know what? What if this were like that? Would that be better? Because part of the problem I'm looking at is how muddled the tones of gray are. That might actually be better. That's slightly better. Not like significantly, but slightly better. All right.
Citizen.
All right, let's solve that pagination issue. So it appears to be related to once the community notification comes in, it causes a kind of a full repeat of the notifications. So let's, out of curiosity, start by just getting access to the API handle and seeing what it's pulling out. Gotta turn on my watcher. API.notifications.list. Maybe I should await. Okay, so if I await with no parameters, Interesting. Seems like the ordering is coming out wrong here. Because I know another reply is actually after everything else. It was the last piece of activity. If we look at the timestamp closely, 2237, whereas this one was at 1938. That would explain the pagination failure. Because if for some reason the notifications are not coming out in a chronological order, then, and this one's the last one, it's using that as the timestamp to fetch the remaining ones, and there you have it. So let's look into why the ordering would be wrong at the notifications fetch. Oh, pretty obvious actually. We're pulling two different notification indexes and merging them together. And then we just need to sort them. Which we should be able to do by the key. Didn't appear to solve it. Let's try it again, but this time doing it after the filter process. Can't imagine that would make a difference, but just to be sure. Indeed it does not. It's entirely possible that the keys themselves are wrong. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that's probably the count calls. This is the one we were interested in. Ah, right. The keys just are different, so that's just not going to work. The bees are... Yes, the birds are having a party at my house. They, that's how they do. Okay, so we can't use the key because they're different, formed differently. So, I mean, unless I wanted to, like, modify the key, but there's really no point. I think I can... Let me think. ISO date. What is the ISO format? '8601. Yep. Okay, it's built to sort lexicographically. Lexicographic is a hilarious word. For something that is such a, even alphabetically is sort of an overly long word for what we're getting at. But lexicographically really makes me laugh because it's such a common thing that you need. It's a pretty straightforward concept in software. Okay, so that's not the correct shape. And yet, such a common concept, and yet, a $10,000 word, a lexicographic. Huh. Ah, And this build created that. If it were just like lexicographic, maybe that'd be a little more understandable. There we go.
Citizen.
Okay. I'm gonna grab a little more coffee. Alright, let's test out the cross-node interactions. This will be interesting. Okay, a couple of things seem to just fail entirely. Alright. Looks like a pretty simple bug. Let's take a look. Public user DB is not defined. That one's on me. That one I did. I don't usually like to, be throwing blame around. But that one was on me. That's interesting. Seems to believe that Alice has a follower. But she don't. Alright, well, let's commit that bug fix.
Citizen.
Now let's see why it seems to think Alice has a follower. I'm guessing it's because if I'm looking at the data here, you got followers only community, which is mostly right because I'm not logged into that server, so my followed and my community would not show up in there. So I'm guessing there's some kind of bug in our user rendering where it just kind of gets a little confused by some of the missing data. Probably this right here. Let's try doing that and see what happens. There we go. All right. Well, that's in. Because I believe I did. No, it didn't execute the follow at all. No, it did. Okay. I guess this is actually somewhat expectable. Because if we ask Alice at dev2, dev2 doesn't know about me. So we actually need to ask our own server in this scenario. A complication emerges. Should be the case that if I were to do await API.follow, what is it, API.followers? Follows. List followers for Alice at dev2.localhost. That one works correctly, so we just need to detect the case where I'm logged in and looking at somebody from another server, and I need to actually ask both servers. Which I think we can safely do in a sort of automatic fashion right here. In fact, this logic is a unique one. It's actually gonna function more like this. If the domain is equal to no, that's right. That's right. It's just here. My community, my followed. Actually, we can do it like this. Perfect. Empty state's not done. How'd that slip through the cracks?
Citizen.
Oh, we just need to handle it, not 404 in general here. Okay. That's interesting. What's going on here? Oh, I need to restart that server to get the fix that I just did. Huh. Okay, let's look into that. Line 19 of lib network. Kitty 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 catty. Kitty 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 catty. Yes, I love you too. RPC stream destroyed. Huh. Wow, something's going terribly wrong. Is there possibly some conflict occurring around having multiple... hypers active? Actually, it could be. Oh, in fact, I know exactly what's happening. Oh, how funny. Yeah. Okay, so what's happening is that one of these hypers, or one of these citizens, is starting the hyperspace demon. And if I close it and restart it, it causes the other one to... yeah. Causes problems for the other one. And they both kind of need to be online at the same time. Okay, I'm going to nuke Citizen 2. And I'm going to introduce a parameter for setting the hyperspace host. So that I can run separate hyperspace instances at the same time. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can find it. Yeah. Looks like I also need to be setting the data directory if I choose to do that. Yeah, that would appear to be the case. Okay, we're in business. Now we're in an interesting situation where we just rekeyed Alice, and it appears to have flown by without any complaint. Which actually is somewhat expected, because even though we do log the actual DB URL of users that we're following, I don't yet have any rigor around the flows for that. So I'm going to log in real quick as myself. And then I'm going to pop over here and unfollow that old account. Alright, now let's try all this again. Okay, so far so good. So Alice is not aware of that follow, as you would expect. And on account of following, I now see that he followed me. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You see that followed by her. You see her community membership. We can even see the community. This, of course, will fail. Yo, we got some server-to-server communication going down. Good stuff. That's it. We hit it. Okay. Well, that's pretty exciting.
Citizen.
This seems like a tweetable moment. Okay. Very exciting. Let's get that 404 done. So what fails first? Looks like the profile load fails first. No? In fact, it would appear that multiple things fail. So first of all, I don't know if Brave supports the Hyper protocol yet. And second of all, no, this is all working off of using servers as gateways. So basically, in Citizen servers are the sort of interface to the Hyper network. Yeah. So there's some background to Brave and Hyper support, which is some kind of complicated internal politics, but basically they're hacked off at it. All right, so the DAT protocol had this big controversy in like 2017, something like that. They caused the original founder to be ejected forcibly from the what it was called, the DAT protocol. He was ejected from leadership. Around the same time, apparently, he had set up receiving a grant from Brave to implement some version of DAT inside of Brave, and then didn't really communicate that to people. He gets removed, and the people that took over leadership didn't see through that execution of the grant. I wasn't aware of the terms of the grant. I just knew that money came in, and so now the Brave folks feel like they made a grant to get some work done and it didn't happen and they still feel owed it. So now it's like, all right, well, I'm not personally super motivated to get around to doing it. I mean, I kind of would see the fairness in it, but I'm also like, they can, I don't know what to tell you. It's not like I saw a dime in that money. But kind of complicated. And the nonprofit that deal was made with is no longer part of the rebrand, and the Hypercore protocol was actually moving away from that nonprofit. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's no problem. I mean, Brendan makes a point of making that awkward for me every time it comes up. Anytime somebody is like, hey, is this ever happening? He's just like, I don't know, maybe Paul Frazee knows something about it. I'm like, I do, but I don't want to talk about this publicly. This is really awkward for everybody. And like, you know, for God's sake, I work on a competing browser. I can understand what his perspective, to be sure. I feel similar, but I don't know. Sorry, man. I don't know. I've got very mixed feelings about it. There's part of me that just kind of out of a sense of honor feels like I should get it done. But I just don't have a whole lot of... I'm just... Sholto, I don't feel like I owe you any explanation here. I'm just kind of speaking for my own. But yeah, I do feel like if I had more time, you know, I'd just go ahead and knock it out. But... I really don't have a lot of time. They're a little inconsistent about when they use the word font versus text. Since font weight is font dash whatever, I would really expect font size to be a similar thing. But I guess maybe that's because it bundles together both line height and font that they did it that way. You know what I would really like, to be honest, would be is if this whole thing I think there's a min height H screen, min dash H dash screen. Which means the header needs to add to itself a BG white. Okay, let's pull this over. Okay, let's try doing 5XL and font semi-bold. Margin bottom 2. Let's try 4. Let's also give this a little bit more text energy. Okay, it's actually capitalized, not found. All right.
Citizen.
Okay, another Another to-do done. So we need a temporary sign-up flow for our testnet Saturday. Eventually the sign-up flow is going to need to interface with some kind of email system, you know, to verify email and things like that. But we're not going to have that for testnet Saturday. Let's handle the signed out state real quick. So one thing is, if you are in, if you don't have a session, we shouldn't render the notifications in the nav. So if session dot is active, we render it, and otherwise we don't. No email would be interesting. I think it might be a nightmare for admins, for server admins. You know, the problem that you run into just real fast is like, if you need to do anything related to their account, like deal with the copyright DMCA issue, which you have to, if you're running a server, you have to handle DMCA requests or you're legally in trouble. That's just a fine example. Of course, there are other worse problems that could come up. If you can't get in touch with the account holder, then you can't really work with them to deal with the problem. And in a way that's, I think, almost worse or more sort of egregious as a server admin to just not get in touch with them than the benefit or the convenience of not having to share your email. The other thing is that, like, you could say, well, just make it optional, you know, people could choose, but people won't think through the implications of not being reachable. They'll just be like, oh, I don't have to share my email. I'm not going to do it. And then next thing you know, they're like, You just took me down without getting in touch with me. What the hell, man? Now you could do that by like making it so you have to click a little check mark saying, you know, I understand. But there's another factor, which is like, we're going to have to think pretty heavily about exactly how the sign-up flow works due to kind of the economics of the system here. Because it costs money for each user. And if there's not kind of some way for server administrators to manage the sign-up flow or kind of slow down people generating second accounts, I don't know. That may end up being solved by other means than email, probably ought to be solved by other means than email, but of course having an email requirement, a unique email requirement, does slow down a little bit the sock puppeting. Plus, how else are you going to get those nag emails saying, you're missing what's going on in Citizen? We all want that, right? We're all in agreement on that? In case it's not clear, I'm joking about that. Or am I? It's actually a tough question because sometimes you actually, you know, those nag emails, I have very mixed feelings about that. Like, you get a lot of them from Twitter because like every time I set up a new account for like one of my projects, I'm going to be getting. You know what? It's too long. I get a lot of those nag emails, and sometimes I'm kind of like, okay, those are really annoying. I don't need to know what's going on in the Hypercore protocols network. You know, the Hypercore proto account. So stop. And I turn them off for anything that I regularly use, but there is part of me that's kind of like, every once in a while it will remind me of something that I signed up for and be like, oh yeah, I actually do want to just like pop in and see if anything new has happened there. I don't know. It is a little more user hostile than it is user beneficial. Clearly benefits the people running the network more than the users themselves. You know what would be funny would be to actually have like a check mark, which is like, literally, send me an email in a week reminding me that I signed up for this thing. You know what? Those should actually not be. Login and sign up are actually not verbs. They're nouns. So if it's an action, it should have a space. You sign, space up, you log, space in. But if you are, so it's a verb, you gotta have spaces in the word, between the two words. But if you're referring to the noun, it's a login or a sign up with no space. Some chunky boys. How did I do that? We have an overriding problem. So the important variant is a plugin. That's a little bit much to solve this particular problem. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Certainly one way to prove ownership of a Hyper-B or a hyperdrive. This is certainly one way to do it. If the parent class doesn't specify paddings, we'll add them ourselves. YOLO. Alright, enjoy. For some value of enjoy. Okay, it doesn't seem to have worked. Well, it did. The regex seems right. Oh, I just forgot to remove that. Did it. Let's handle this by adding an href attribute. Oh, oof. Definitely one of the nice things about using this kind of approach is it neutralizes all styles, so switching to links. Well, it did have a smite effect, funny enough, but generally not too much of one. Which, funny enough, means that py-2 is actually close to what I want. Ooh, here we go, px5. Ah, I see the problem. Oh, God. Need a break from that. That's interesting. Why is... Oh, of course. I can't just put the class on that. Oh. Okay, well that works out okay for now. That should be fine for now. Could probably go a little fancier. This is just for the testnet, but we could still do a little fancier. Let's see if they've got any vertical centering. Could do it this way. Let's try that out. Okay, now I'm guessing each screen is not quite what I want, because that's 100 view height, and I actually want to offset for the parent. What happens if I do 100%? Yeah, that doesn't do shit. What I really want to do is this action. You know, that's not even quite what I want. What I actually want is more like 70 view inch, because I want to have it be slightly, maybe do just 50. maybe not even that. Because I want it to be a variable. Oh, not you. Maybe I really don't want it to be variable. Maybe I just need to set a fixed pad at the top. Okay, that seems good enough.
Citizen. We don't yet have a way to just link to a given post. Future to do. Citizen.
Okay. So this is going to be, I broke things. That's how I broke things. Alright. Okay. The first thing we're gonna do is change this to sign up. Yeah, so like, eventually we're gonna want this to be some kind of a well thought out flow for people to find a server that will be their home and give them some kind of nice idea of like you know, something more meaningful than just pick a server. I don't know, one of these. We talked about this in the past, like trying to give a really clear identity to the different servers, give a sense of like, even joking about doing like a Harry Potter style of sorting hat for people to have do a little quiz and have one chosen for them. But for the test net, we can just do something very, very straightforward, I think. Is signing up. Yeah, I'm really just kind of dumping the fields in here. This is not how I would ever actually do a final design. And why don't we put stars on the required ones. No, you know what? So I'm not going to actually implement password storage before testnet Saturday. Which, I don't know, maybe that's total chaos. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should actually do that. Right now it's set so that all accounts have just the password of password. And that's actually just a fixed code path. I'd like to think that I could just leave it that way for testnet Saturday, but truth be told, we will all screw with that right away. I trust nobody to do that. It's too tantalizing. I mean, that's not even malicious, that's just fun, but, you know, the chaos, I think, would overthrow our objectives. So you choose the server there, username, display name, description, username, display name, description, email. That's here. Yep, on that email. It is so funny that we call users citizens. That just cracks me up. In no world would I ever call a user a citizen except for the fact that the network is called citizen, which makes it not insane to a degree, to some limited degree. citizen has the courage to make the safety of the human race their personal responsibility. Yeah, the Starship Troopers alignment is not precisely ideal. Because they were not suggesting the kind of things with all that we would like. Of course, the citizenship part of Starship Troopers, at least in the movie, I haven't read the books, but in the movie, it's not actually the problematic part. Not necessarily, at least. It's how it gets used. So that's pretty much everything except password is not yet handled. So we'll need to handle the password part of it. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny the degree to which I think that idea of having the citizenship being earned and given a lot of value and care is a interesting and neat idea. I don't have a problem with that part of it. I'm doing my part. Okay. So I guess we need a session.do sign up. And we'll take in all those parameters. Domain, username, display name, description, avatar, base, 64 buff, email, and password. Why don't we actually... No, yeah, okay. And then we're going to do await new API dot profile dot put avatar. Avatar B64. Okay. We're not gonna let that failure bomb out everything else. Okay. Let's restart our servers. All good. Let's see if it works. dev1.localhost. Call this one Paul Crazy. I should set a type on it. And just like that. Okay, so a couple of problems. Input dot input hash domain rather. Kitty cat. Yeah, you're a baby. And I love you. So one little fun fact is that if you do an async, if you basically allow a tick or an asynchronous tick to pass, if you allow the event loop to do asynchronous work, the event object will become invalid. So anywhere after this right here can no longer refer to that E. Another fun fact is I am overloading E. It's not a problem though. No idea why I have Faraz's email on my thing. Parameter 1 is not of type blob. I probably need to do like file list 0. Yeah. Get to type all this stuff again. Okay, kitty cat. Ah! No attacks. No attacks. Okay. What do you want to play? Alright. Quick. Get playtime break! Ow, 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 ow. When Kit wants something, she'll claw my leg, which rather hurts, if I'm being honest. So I have to respond pretty quickly. She's a bad kitty. So, Connect API should have been able to look up dev1.localhost. So why didn't it? Because domain is undefined. Interesting. Do sign up right here. Sign up. Because I didn't include domain. That would do it. Trying again. Unexpected response code. Why's it gotta be like this, huh? Is that not the exact same kind of stuff I do every time? Suddenly WebSocket connections are broken? WTF? Leave me alone. She's reserving the right to bother me. She's just sitting next to me ominously, grooming herself. The kid could strike at any moment. So why would WebSockets suddenly break on us? You got it, Winnie. Okay, what's going on here, huh? Why did WebSocket connections suddenly decide to break? Did I screw something up? Certainly not my current changes. Suddenly responding with response of 200. Well, maybe I need to... Oh, why? It's worrisome. I have no idea what's going on there. Winnie the Pooh. Huh. Okay, I have no idea why our server was suddenly failing WebSocket connections. I'm guessing there was some kind of error somewhere in the stack that was just like silently throwing off some kind of internal state or something, which is worrisome. Okay, we got a user ID. Is not defined, showing up somewhere around here. Well, let's make this easy to debug and include a remote stack trace. In fact, it actually looks like yeah, so it actually succeeded. Is it possible that bug was actually in here? It's somewhere in the client side by the looks of it. Because we're not getting a change in the stack trace. Yeah, it's right there. Stupid. This is stupid. Why you do this? Alright. One more time. Test 3. Test 3. Oh, no. One, no. Let's test 3. Test 3. Okay, so it mostly worked. We didn't get the avatar set though. I'm guessing I have that for the one time that yeah, I think I had to sign in as Feroz. Okay, nothing I found. When I was helping him do Speakeasy.js, I had to sign in as him and this is one of the accounts he had managing, that's why his email's in there. Where am I? Session. So something wrong with input avatar. It's profiles. There we go. Great. You. You should be fixed with. Okay, hang on.
Citizen.
Hang on. I know I have some test logging in here somewhere. I'm sure of it. No, it's not. Okay. Added a sign up UI. Now we need to add password storage. It's been a hot minute since I did this. I guess the last time I did it was for Hashbase, so why don't I take a look how I did it there. It's pretty straightforward. Doing a SHA-256 of the password, concatenated with a salt that we generate randomly. Anybody here with a lot of experience on the current state of the art on storing user passwords have any commentary on this approach right here? When we hash a password, we generate a random salt that we will store within the record. And then we take the SHA-256 of the salt concatenated with the password. Then to verify, you just reconcatenate each of those. And SHA-sum them and test there. I believe that's correct. If anybody is on the stream that is not familiar with this practice, it's pretty common knowledge nowadays, but Basically, the first thing you want to know is that you don't want to store the passwords of plain text in the server's database, because you have to kind of account for the possibility that the server's internal database ever gets compromised. So, let's say all the password, username password combinations got exported somehow. Or you just have an admin, somebody that's in the company that's glancing at it. You just don't want to have that password be in plain text. So if you hash it using some algorithm like a SHA-256, and then whenever somebody tries to log in, you hash what their attempted password is, and then you compare the hashes. That way you're only storing the hash, which is a one-way hash, right? So SHA-256 is pretty hard to reverse, but it's not impossible, especially whenever you have weak passwords being chosen by users. For instance, the word password will hash to the same SHA-256 every time. So you could take a dictionary of commonly used passwords and figure out quite a few of them if you did have access to the database. That's what the salt is for. The salt is a random set of bytes, in this case we're using 16 bytes, that you concatenate to the password prior to hashing. And you can actually tell people what the salt is, and generating one per user makes this especially effective. That just means that none of the hash sums will be predictable. You have to actually go through each individual user rather than having a listing of, known hashes. So it's a little bit slower. It's not a significant difference. I mean, if you're using a really weak common password like password, somebody can just look up your salt and check against it. But the salts do slow things down a little bit. And that's what you call, I believe, a rainbow table attack. Let's see if I have that right. Yeah. It's a pre-computed, rainbow table is a pre-computed table for caching the output of hash functions used for cracking password hashes. And that's why you use a salt, so that they can't use a bunch of pre-computed hashes. They have to compute the hash for every attempt. So it just increases the cost. Let's just look around at what people do currently, what the common recommendation is. Don't want to do plain text. They suggest bcrypt. I remember bcrypt and scrypt being common. Okay, shouldn't use SHAs. I'm guessing it's because SHA is too fast. Yeah. My bad. Glad I looked that up. Yeah. You want to use a hashing function which is inherently slow, which is why people use bcrypt or scrypt. Okay, we'll use bcrypt then. Scrypt is memory hard, which improves things a little bit. Oh, now there's a built-in scrypt inside of Node, it looks like. That's good. Okay, we'll use that. Okay. It looks like a script even has the salt parameter. Ooh. They only use 8 bytes for their salt, that's probably fine. Yeah, right. So now in our account record, we need to include a password. We'll call it the hashed password field. We're gonna have to nuke all of our current databases. Uh-oh. The monster has returned. What do you need, baby? You want to go out? I bet you go out. Kitty kit. Didn't want to go out. Gotta debug the kitty. Come here. There we go. Maybe she just wants a little bit of attention. No. That's not what you want? She wants something. Okay, don't rub up against the plugs. That's dangerous. I don't know what she wants. Cutie bitty. Huh? Just trying to drive me nuts? Hey, you just gonna cry, cry, cry? Yeah, why don't you settle down in there, huh? No, don't. She's like rubbing her face up against plugs on the wall. What do you want? Trying to work. Not being a very good coworker. You done? Oh, ow. Gosh, 1 second. You're going out. Whether you want to or not. Yes, I know. That's it. Goofy cat. Okay, the accounts database does store by the username. Okay, let's give this another shot. Should have required property required. What did I do wrong? I probably screwed that up. over, not there, over here. I did. Oops. Required is optional, exactly. Should have required property rehash password. Completely inconsistent. I blame the cat for distracting me. Wouldn't be so annoying if, oh, I need to await it. In both cases. Wouldn't be so annoying if it didn't, you know, require having to input such a long form every time. Yeah, but we're getting this nonsense again. Did it crash? It crashed. Writable stream closed prematurely. Who is doing that to me? Oh, with the just most vague, useless stack trace. I wonder if this has to do with the avatar. In fact, it might. Don't know what's doing that.
Citizen.
Okay, well, other than that sort of bizarre problem, crashing problem that I can't quite nail down, we're ready to set up some test nodes. So that's good. I should just remove that. Well, people will learn pretty quickly that's broken. So I'm thinking we should see if we can't turn Citizenry into a completely static website so that I can just deploy it with GitHub Pages. That'd be really handy, to be sure. Just a lot of infrastructure I wouldn't have to manage. That's how we do the Hypercore protocol website. It's just wildly convenient. It's not quite as full featured as something like Netlify because, you know, like there's not a good way to do like alternative branches, or if there is, I haven't figured it out yet. But it is free. Pretty clutch. So I guess the only question I have about that is like we use a sort of star route for the usernames, and we need to make sure that that routing is possible in that model. But if it is, we can go ahead and deploy citizenry.com, which would be great. And then we just need to set up some test nodes. And I'm sure I'm going to need a little more infrastructure around test nodes because, you know, got to do things like get the SSL working and do a reverse proxy and what have you. It would certainly be convenient if we didn't have to use a reverse proxy and could just run Citizen directly with accepting 443. Of course, if you do it that way, you gotta... Kind of atypical that you want to do it that way. Like, you might want to do it for a fast setup, but then, like, almost immediately, if you're using any kind of infrastructure, you really want to reverse proxy to your server, so I don't know if it's worth implementing. It's not too hard to put Nginx in front of it. I don't know. We'll see. Alright. Well, let's go ahead and... So I'm guessing you do this using a 404. It's using hash routing. Don't you love it when content loads up and just totally messes up your scroll position? Da-da-da-da. Yeah, so the 404.html. Could use hash routing, but I don't love hash routing on this for a lot of reasons. I'm sure somebody has cooked up a solution in the meantime. Yeah, so it looks like the problem is that if you use 404.html, it probably responds with a 404 status code, which is why people are redirecting back to index.html, but that's not really ideal. Now that's interesting. This person found that if you symlink 404.html to index.html, it causes GitHub to serve the 200 response. Let's see if it actually is working still. Indeed. Now the question is, let's take a look at how they organized it. Yeah, so page 200, but not 404. Let's see. Yeah, that gives a 404. So that's not going to work either. How did this person do it? This may just not be an option for us. Anything happened recently? Might just need to bite the bullet and do Netlify or something. I think we're out of luck. That's too bad. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Back in a flash. And we're back. So I'm taking a look at Netlify here. Haven't used it before, but... Uh-oh. We got a kitty cat. Doesn't say anything about DNS or SSL. I'm gonna assume that's all fine. Alright. I'm gonna sign up off the stream here. And I went to Netflix. Netlify.com. No. Can't imagine it'll show anything sensitive, but you never know. Musing surely. 3x16D. I'm guessing 3x16D is the last commit. Nope. Just a randomly generated number, I guess. Alright. So this will be nonsense because we don't yet have our HTML in here. Should work. Let's try it. So I pushed a commit, and now it ought to detect that. Okay. So far, so good. Certainly taking its time about it. I have to hope this has to do with like the build still running or something, because this is very slow. There we go. Turtle is correct. Huh. I know Netlify isn't just slow, right? This must have to do with some kind of initial load performance. Right? Come on. Netlify, what's going on here? Anybody in chat used Netlify before? Because this is like heinous. Netlify is slow. Even the community site for Netlify is slow. Netlify. Oh my gosh, y'all. Netlify, what is going on? I mean, maybe Netlify is just dealing with some kind of load problem right now. So I guess, you know, they have a CDN that has to get everything deployed to it, so it will speed up over time. But like, yikes. It's like Netlify dealing with an uptime problem. I don't really want to just forge ahead, like, I'm sure it'll work itself out. If it's doing this kind of performance on us, I want to be sure it's not going to be an ongoing problem. It's just bizarre. Eee. You know, once you're allowing the browser to cache, it's fast, of course. But if you disable caching, as I have, it's getting totally variable response times. Yeah, something just got it backed up because it's the waiting time that's taken forever. Not the actual, sending, because they're not especially large assets. Well, that's frustrating. Could look at Vercel or Surge. Does anybody in the chat have a particular opinion about options here? Not interested in using Next.js. Looks like there's no hard requirement to use any of those. I've always liked the Vercel team. guess we'll have a bake-off. Okay. Maybe that's on account of that. Do like having a little in-browser console output. It's nice. Well, that was faster. Sorry, Netlify. I'll free up your resources, but you lost the bake-off. I'll leave the account. You never know if I have to use it again, but... Damn it, I like Vercel. That's... Does it happen every time you... Ah, that's just... Sometimes I think that Vercel people just have too much time on their hands. Their design work is just too good, and they get in little details like confetti that just ran whenever you finish your build, and that's... I'm annoyed. is what I'm saying, because I don't have the time to do that kind of awesome stuff, and my design sense is not nearly as good as theirs. They just got quality. So we're going to need to figure out how they do routing rules. Beep, 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 beep. Now, if they require me to use kind of framework to do routing, I'll be a little frustrated. This is looking encouraging, though. Routes is legacy. Looks like it's capitalized. No, it's just... A little bit confusing on the nav, but okay. I'm not here to complain too much. So I'm guessing there must be a way to do a kind of a pattern. Yeah. Okay. Looks like I had the Vercel. You know, I'm curious if I've configured this correctly. Because okay, wait a minute. There we go. It seems kind of like no, that seems right. Seems right. Okay. Not sure I need an email for every build. Can I turn that off? Maybe that's like in my personal settings. Nice UI. Okay, I'm not seeing any way to get that to stop, so. Okay, so I need to add some routes for resolving a lack of HTML. I'm wondering if I can do that somehow without having to do one for each. And I'm guessing like this, but not as a redirect. Sure, I could figure this out on my own, but I'm just trying to pull some existing answer to see if there's an easier way than what I have in mind. Doesn't look like it. At least nobody's given me the answer. I should be able to do something like this, and then seems sort of right. basically, the only thing I could do to make that work better would be to, you know, oh no, I can't do it that way, because that'll cause like things like images to fail to load. I should just do this one for each. A little bit of a pain. Just do this alphabetically. Login, notifications, search, sign up, and that's it. It's working. Hot dog. All right. Let's get the custom domain set up. I will configure my DNS off stream if that is quite all right with everybody. All right. Name servers. Oh. Seem to be happy with it. All right, y'all. Check it out. CTZNRead.com is online. Let's take a look at this performance here. What does raced mean? Not sure. No, I feel like... Huh. Firefox DevTools raced. Ah, race the cache. Huh. That means that the... So, that's interesting. So, yeah, it's trying both and basically finding that pulling from the server was faster than pulling from the local cache, which I find pretty interesting. Still a little slower than I'd like. Let's see if it's any faster on Chrome. Actually, it does appear to be. Yeah, actually it does. That's interesting. What's that about? Huh. Cache might be getting disabled. No, it's not. It's slightly faster that way. Does it have cache headers? It does, but it seems to be actually... No, it's got an E tag. Yeah, it's using E tags. As you would expect. Okay. Still feels a little slower than it should be. I mean, what is our total page load? So, around... Okay, so Tailwind actually, we could optimize. Tailwinds pull in to start earlier. Go away. Why don't we do that real quick? Because the way we're doing it right now is common.css is importing both of these, and we could just move those includes into the HTML themselves. Sarapath, I'm guessing you're trying it right now, and that's the error you're getting? Which is interesting, because I'm not getting that. Not really. I mean, I do a little bit of magic around running a debug server and what have you. Like I am executing it. What's just a 404 GitHub page? Okay. Well, it's only got that kind of. There's some special logic around like dev1, dev2, dev3.localhost that routes it to a specific localhost port. And that's pretty much it. Okay. Now the style sheets are loading in parallel. So let's sped up our load time just a smidge. Oh my gosh. Tailwind is 6 megabytes. I'm doing something wrong, clearly. Okay. Tailwind. Tell me your secrets on efficiency, because that is not tenable. 6 megs. Okay, let's see if that works. Indeed it does. Let's see. Oh, that's faster. Okay, that's cool. So, Huh, that's actually quite neat. Man, that is faster. Okay, that explains a few things. I did feel like my performance was a little crummy. And... no, you know what? That one I think counts as a commit.
Citizen.
Ah. That one doesn't deserve a bump. That's a dumb one. You know, I'm not gonna. I'll set up some kind of guide at some point for you, Sarapath, to figure out how to run on localhost, because I could see why that would be useful to know how I'm doing that, but I'm not going to handle that right now. Okay. That is much better. So that's citizenry deployed. So let's try setting up a test node. Would it run on glitch? I don't know, actually. It depends on how glitch would feel about running the Hypercore protocol in the background. Which, the thing about glitch is, it's designed to try to work around applications that like don't have ongoing processes, because they need to basically, to make their entire premise cost effective, they have to shut down and start up the VMs based on when requests come in. And the way this is designed, you need to have a persistent Hypercore process running. So I'm not sure this would be a great fit. Okay, so I'm going to spin up
a server on Google Cloud. And Google Cloud is a little bit buggy on Firefox. So no ephemeral nodes allowed in Citizen, even if they return the correct hashes after a sleep time. Well, the idea is you need something hosting your data in the data mesh. So if your home server isn't staying online, then your data isn't staying online. Yeah, so and at that point, it's kind of questionable whether there's any point to even running a server, because you might as well use somebody else's home server, because they're going to be the ones keeping your data online. Now, if it's not networking with any other nodes, if it's just a totally isolated community, I suppose there's no problem with that. Hey, Todd, welcome back to the stream. The great user test, specifically called Testnet Saturday, should be this Saturday. We've got CTZN online, which, not you. And so now, yeah, we just don't actually have ephemeral content. There's no ephemeral content type. So anyway, we got citizenry.com deployed. Yeah, it's Testnet Saturday, you should be apologizing to. So anyway, so we got citizenry.com deployed, so now I'm going to set up a test node on Google Cloud. I'm going to set up 2 of them. So let's give it a shot. And I'm thinking for the test server, this is what I'm going to be doing. Let's try 2 vCPUs and 8 gigabytes of memory. That is certainly smaller than I'll be using for actual live deployments. Yeah, 8 gigabytes of memory should be enough though.
10 gigs ought to be enough for the test instance for disk space. Okay, server spinning up. And I don't suppose there's any reason we couldn't go ahead and publish this version of Citizen. Nope. Should be alright. Alright, well that's running. I'm going to set up the DNS record. Okay, so we'll add an A record for test1.citizen.network. And it should be as simple as this. Citizen start domain test1 dot
Ah, I need to specify the bin script.
Citizen.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't update to 010, or 011 rather. Come on, buddy. Come on, NPM, update your cache. While I'm young. Well, come on, citizen. Or, NPM. It's right there. Oh. Now you decide to kick in. Okay. Whatever.
It's acting like it's unusual. We have the type module, and yet the bin is not running as a module. Psh, 2014. Maybe I need to use a more recent version of Node. I mean, let's try doing Node 15. Why not? Actually, it seems extremely bizarre to me that it doesn't... Oh, wait a minute. I know what I did. I forgot to do... that.
CTZN.
Okay, let's give NPM half a second to update its cache. Okay, while we're waiting, I'm gonna use the loo real quick. The Red Dragon K556 RGB. Looks like this. And it has a lot of different LED modes, including like the one I use, which it's kind of doing this kind of rainbow pulse, kind of a reverse pulse because it's going inward, but then as I type it speeds up, which is very cool. Boy, and Pam, you're just not in any hurry these days. The Razer Black Widow V3. Got myself a Razer Black Widow V3. What is it? It's a keyboard. 1 review, 1 star. I think you got a bad choice. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what I'm rocking here. I don't know what that is. What's that? Little scroll wheel? Okay. Yeah, a little roller wheel. Huh. That's cool. What are Pogs? Plays at the game? Gosh, NPM. Might not help that our unpack size is so large. Why is it so large? Oh, we still have the static. Pretty sure we can remove that. Or at least a lot of it. Oh, it's our web fonts that are so heavy. Yeah, so no, what are Pogs? Probably don't need that. No. Oh. Yeah, I know Pogs. I was thinking of the keyboard sense. Yeah, classic. I guess I don't know what the heck anymore with NPM and publishing. Maybe they're having some downtime. Yeah, I had a couple bugs myself. Okay, well, it's working here. Okay. test1.citizen.network. Sort of works. The paths for views need to be set relative to the actual install.
Citizen.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get the SSL handled. Now, I wonder if Google Cloud has a convenient solution for doing SSL. I'm just looking to see if the load balancer has the ability to handle WebSockets. WebSocket support. Looks like that's the case. literally just trying to find the certificates tool inside of Google Cloud. I guess it's worth asking if I really want to use. Yeah, I'm just gonna use Let's Encrypt for the test servers because it's free. It'll be a little bit more work, but not significantly more work. Does WebSocket work offline first? Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. Like if you're, asking, can you browse around your content in Citizen without an internet connection? No, and you really wouldn't be able to, whether we're using WebSockets or HTTP. For it to be offline first, you would need to be caching a significant amount of your data on the local computer. And since Citizen doesn't run on your Citizen does not work on your local host at this stage, it's not really an option to do offline first. Using Debian 10? Okay, I'm not using Ubuntu, I'm using Debian 10. Trying to connect to the server domain. Server path. Like the WebSocket is how it's going to connect to that domain. No, citizenry.com is just a static front end. The servers and Citizenry are separated. The applications are just front end. They talk entirely to the servers as the back ends.
Ops is fun. Oh, gosh. So, when this finishes, Sarah Path, in fact, we can see it here. So I'm at citizenry.com, but citizenry.com has no backend. Currently, I'm connecting to dev1.localhost, which is running on my current computer. And what I'm setting up now is test1.citizen.network. So the backend application lives on a completely different domain than the front-end application. Citizenry is a way to connect to multiple different citizen servers. Does that sort of make sense? No, no. Okay. It actually only connects to one at present, which is your home server. So it only uses WebSockets to talk to your home server, and then it just uses the HTTP endpoints for servers that are not your own. And if one of them is offline, correct, it's just you can't access the data. So you got to keep your citizen servers online. Okay. Where did it install that certificate? Ugh. Front end could be anything, yeah. I mean, the idea being that the front end layer is totally configurable, and I don't have the scroll back, so I don't know where that certificate was installed. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so front ends could be any application. Could, but there'd be no upside. There would just be absolutely no upside to just futzing with post message to talk to those things. Yeah, I mean, we could go through all that. I just don't know if there's a big upside to doing all that.
Okay. Let's get the reverse proxy going first. Actually, okay, proxy is working. So then SSL. You know, sometimes I think the web ought to just die in a fire. Shit like this. Should have copied. Oh well. Why have I lost keyboard? Oh, kill me.
Let's see if we can save ourselves some time. Oh, that'll be more convenient. Okay, let's see what happens here. Looks like we're in business. That might be... Let's see what it's trying to connect to. Yeah, I need to update that to use secure sockets.
Citizen.
Okay, as soon as I get confirmation from Vercel that build is done, we'll try again. Okay.
There we go. And it looks like it crashed again. Or it's giving us that weird failure. I gotta diagnose that. Okay, after all the fun we just had, I need to take a quick break. Be right back. Okay. If we could just get this fixed. It's a tough one. I'm not really sure what could be at the heart of it. Okay, which... You know, why don't I get some SSL keys installed here so I can use a native SSL client, because this kind of sucks. Or not SSL keys, SSH keys.
It's not encouraging. Python dependency management and version management is just such a nightmare. It's rather ironic because Python is such an approachable language, but it has just the absolute worst story around its own management, and wow, that is moving terribly slowly. It's gonna take me half an hour to download a 100 megabyte file, huh? Thank you, Joshua. Seriously, is it really gonna take this long? I'm not waiting half an hour for this. There it goes. That's bizarre. Bad connection or something? That's just strange. Okay. Which region am I using? US Central A. Okay, so that's installed now. G Cloud Compute SSH project Citizen #304319 zone. Do I have to set the zone? I kind of doubt I do. In fact, I may not even need to set the project. Have to spell compute though. Not going to set a password on this because it's the test node. I'm just going to save myself the time. Oh, don't show that. Okay. So that'll make this a little less painful. Ah, it's still very laggy. And it's got me logged in as the wrong user. Okay. NVM versions node v15 lib node modules citizen. Okay. Now we need to figure out why it's not hitting, like it's sitting back in HTTP 200 for some reason on the upgrade request. And I'm wondering if that's because for some reason we're hitting one of the other routes. In fact, it does appear to be hitting the root get. Sort of bizarre that's just now kicking in. So the API setup does complete. Okay. Let's try moving this, but you know, I need the server to exist. I could try moving all the route definitions, but that seems wrong. Let's try doing this. See if it makes any difference. Hang on. See if anybody ran into this exact problem. Yeah. I don't think that's the mistake I'm making, though. Let's see. Oh, when the hell did I do that? Oh, wait a minute, I'm looking at citizenry. Never mind. I was almost happy, to be honest, because I would have had a simple answer to what the heck's going on. Is anybody else running into this problem? Yeah, maybe that's the problem.
Now I'm getting a 502, so at least it's different. That would probably be because Citizen isn't running. How about that? That was the problem. It works. Well, if anybody wants to try it, anybody in the stream, give it a roll. I'm going to create a community. Object question mark dot is a relatively new relatively new syntax. So you need to be using a more recent version of Node. So if anybody wants to try this out, go to citizenre.com, create an account on test1.citizen.network as your domain, and then join the friends community, and we should see you show up here. And let me know in the chat if and when you're doing it. Sweet. So here's where the community you'll want to join. All right. Hi, Tia. Are you Tia, Joshua? Don't think you are. There you are. So Tia's somebody else. Yeah, let's just see how long it takes before this thing becomes a unusably slow mess. But so far, so good. It's both. It's HTTP servers accessing the Hypercore protocol. Thanks. Okay. Well, good stuff. Yeah, I'm relatively... Uh-oh. Okay. With a dark theme, the font in the top bar is hard to read. You know, I haven't even... Tia, I haven't even experimented with... Apologize if it's a bit of a mess. Yeah, you know, good old things like that. But yeah, like overall, I kind of think this is a cool foundation. It's not mind-blowing, but it certainly doesn't look bad. It's pulling off what it should for an MVP, I think. Getting those notifications and everything. We now have a way to communicate to you. So what day of the stream is this? This is like... Stop opening up in the stream. Day 19. That's our current thumbnail. That's how I've been tracking how many streams I've done, is just by incrementing on that image. So 19 days in, and we're here. Not bad. You know, aiming for an MVP and getting it done in 19 days is exactly on track, which when you include weekends is really about a month of work. I can't imagine I'm going to do any more meaningful work on the stream today. Got another person trying it out. We got Fish Bungeon. Wonderful. Good. Yes. So, I'm going to respectfully ask that anybody that is trying things out while we're in the testnet phase to please just don't make this difficult for me in any way. Don't. There are going to be things that you could screw with. In particular, if you... I don't have any moderation right now. So if you decide to do something horrible, I don't have a great way to deal with it. So please don't. I'm sort of trusting the stream to be chill. We'll have to get that all done before the beta, but for testnet Saturday, not much more than this, just making sure the basics are working right. And finding bugs like that. Oh no, that's right, actually. 2 replies. That should show a reply, though. Unwalled Garden was sort of like this. A lot of the similar, concepts were at play. But it never got this mature. One of the things that I was sort of trying to figure out with Unwalled Garden was how to... Well, it was just kind of an earlier iteration of the ideas that showed up here. This is really the simplest way to put it. And so far the thing isn't like falling over dead. Hey, we got Todd. And see, there we go. Community's working. I'm able to see somebody following me because they were in the community with me. It's working, baby. Alright, so, don't anybody get too attached to, okay, that was interesting. Don't anybody get too attached to the data here. Eventually, yeah, you'll be able to set some themes. Okay, some kind of bug going on here.
getting kind of duplicate unread notifications. Hey, M. Willkommen. Once you had notifications, the notifications page started working. Would be perfect for GitHub. I hate Slack. Could you expand on what you're saying there? Huh, why can't I upload that? Interesting. Couple of bugs showing up. Okay. Most of the coders you know use Slack to talk and such. I think this will be able to make communities and small groups in my project would be great. Yeah. Maybe a sign up with GitHub. That'd be cool. Yeah, interesting. Notifications page just totally fails to handle upvotes. Or at least, yeah, weird. Yeah, the profile. Yeah, okay, that's another bug. Click targets inside of links inside of posts don't clicky. That is one I have known about for a while. Oh, that's interesting. Well, this is pretty cool. I don't know what to do now except to go on a major vacation. Right? A month of straight coding like this. Just need to go sit on a mountain for a little bit. Well, I guess I'm going to wrap up the stream. Feel free to keep on futzing around with the testnet server there. But yeah, remember it's all temporary, so don't spend too much time. And also, please don't do something that will, don't post anything heinous. I trust everybody that I've spoken to on the stream here, but I just don't have moderation controls in. Probably good not to share this around yet. I wouldn't share this around. Let's make this kind of an insider thing for all of us here, where it's just us in the stream. And then it's ours. Yeah, let's just keep the testnet to be our thing as the stream. Okay. Well, I'm going to go mentally log off for a little bit. But thanks for joining me on this exciting milestone here. Really, really happy to be here. And enjoy the rest of your Tuesday or Wednesday, wherever you are. I don't know. I suppose probably everybody on the stream right now is not on a different day. But who knows? Somebody could be in like Japan or something. But enjoy the rest of your days. And catch you tomorrow. We'll start cleaning up some of the bugs that I found here and any other bugs that show up as we futz around with this. What else we got on our to-do list? We got at least one test node going. I'm going to leave other people to set up other test nodes. We got all these bugs. I need to document the server deployment. Maybe if we have time, try to get remote community joining done. Thanks, Ethot. Okay, great. Yeah, catch all y'all later. Peace.
Citizens.